君にも。
槍に磨きを。
いざ。暗算8九。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。くらえ。
気ぃつけるぜ。さあ、はっやっせっおっととりゃさあやっ。 はっはっ
属性を見おらせん。行こう。はっはっ。しっ。あっぱれでござるな。
やっと宝箱もじゃを穴からおびき出すことができるのね。
とやったふっ。天へと前。せい風がことし。風よ。はった早くはっせいとふったせいはっ風はっはっそれふっふっせいはっふっふんゴミか。Right. せい前はっ天へと前。ついてこいなんて言ってないよ。
財を得る方法あり。捕まえた。
属性を見下ろさん。その程度か。はっはっ。遅い。やっ。はっ。ふっ。天へと前。はっ。やっ。風よ。風が如し。欲しいなら君にやるよ。天へと前。ふっ。遅い。よっ。
痛がっちゃいないの。
風の行く先を踏まく借りなく時。
出てこい。行くぞ。
礼をわきまえる虫けらが属性を見下ろさん。へいと笑える。せったこれでゴミか。欲しいなら君にやるよ。はっ。遅い。
財を得る方法あり。
それ。
産卵せし在に言葉なき。
天へと前。ついてこ。
かかれ。終わりね。撤収。やっ。
風を知れ。そこだ。風の歌。雲の湯。
だだこんだな。
欲しいなら君にやるよ。行こう。属性を見下ろさん。ついてこいなんて言ってないよ。遅い。
Halo.
ついてこいなんて言ってないよ。遅い。
あれや、私。
ついてこいなんて。
Halo, halo.
風よ。属性を見下ろさん。天へと前。ついてこいなんて言ってないよ。
Oh, ada lagi anjir. Masalahnya benarkah itu materialnya? Oh, iya. Mana sih? Bentar, balikin. Oke. Kita main quest, guys. Inggris voiceovernya. Aduh. Aduh, belum bisa.
Too slow.
Add astra.
Following me.
Gimana itu?
Squall and fury.
Lah, belinya pakai ini tuh.
Behold. This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did...
Oh, they all just went out a moment.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that father will be... Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Linny, could you come here for a...
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little how... Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it...
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are...
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went. When I was a child, My mother told me that if I wanted to go out... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could have.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps... It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the on the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the case!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when...
Oh, no need!
The wind rises.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could... No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what... But they insisted on paying the full amount. So,
Wow. So,
I can't say for sure, but...
hey, is this machine
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work?
But where does a big machine like that...
Ah, well... But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by Indemnity.
Huh? How can trials
Well, I'm not completely sure of all. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's
Anjay.
belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
Pronunciation-nya.
So that's what its other function is? But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to...
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it besides Indemnitium, we have another type of energy called Mumusia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owed?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month?
Huh?
It seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered...
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrere of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us?
Ah, you're from Northland Bank.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
Hey, you!
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't...
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just... Huh?
Now's my chance!
Salah.
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's some...
Strange. How could that happen? First time...
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And...
Well, I guess it's because I've been...
What kind of reason is that?
I don't know. Maybe I still... But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me.
Maybe you losing...
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who... She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an... Because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my...
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had... In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless sea...
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar!
Ayo,
When we
ininya
fought
dia
against
whale,
you before, you
constellationnya
summoned
dia.
a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental... It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been...
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your ma-
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even...
Oh, it sounds like...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official...
Official champion duelists?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by... The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. And the worst case scenario is that though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. From what So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused.
So, do many people actually get out of their
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to...
Eh?
Huh?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for
Ya, terus
now.
dia pakai apa aja? Illusionnya, Electro.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling. Well, since we don't have much. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never thought the whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publish. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House? Lenny said that the Opera House is on Areneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
Enak Aquabus kalau ada TP, guys.
Too slow.
Okay.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera at Eclairs. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were like, looks like there's a lot of people
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful...
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Apa tuh?
Paimon didn't say anything. Are you?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here.
Lynette!
Lenny asked me to wait here for you. Remember?
Right.
What do you mean?
Travelernya glitch in the
There are a lot
Matrix.
of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when...
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the... So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you were hearing their...
Rather than worrying about them, we should... Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So check...
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Boom. Luterne.
Ah, Traveler in Paimon. Good to see you. I knew.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world!
I can. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh, front row.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seat. Oh, these should be our seats. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next. Ah, you.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that? Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early, and
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Wait,
oh, so you're not friends with Linny.
katanya
then.
sus.
Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second.
Apa dia,
Paimon
guys?
nearly forgot to make her
Kreator apa lagi
introduction.
nih?
Nice to
Coba
meet
nanti
you.
lihat.
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Vod.
It is an honor to meet you
Oh.
two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Entah dia kreator atau kreatur, entah hewan atau dia orang Kenria.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Mr. Linney, I
Soalnya
should say
matanya
it is in
beda.
fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be?
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be...
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their
Zhongli
usual
kah ini?
reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really.
Mirip banget VA-nya.
And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Mantap. Sekarang ke banner,
I
kumpul.
believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I
Matanya
think you
kayak
should take
kalau
notice of her
Kenria, tapi kok
sooner
nggak
rather
plus,
than later.
nggak star.
Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Dia matanya nggak normal.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you...
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydra?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much...
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Ooh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Drugs. So sih, tuh kayak
Sorry, Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the
kayak
star of
matanya yang di
today's
Economy
show,
ya.
Linny. And over here is my sister Lynette,
Naga.
who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
ya guys.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Bread.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no!
Dead.
I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Santai dulu dong.
Are you still there? Don't go too far. We
Purina.
don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Sekarang ke banner. Udah tak gacha.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of
Pokoknya
nowhere?
anjing.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still... To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't...
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared... The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant, in which case I have ample... So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have... Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks? Or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Now then, let's begin.
Traveler. Coincidence.
Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the mat. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even...
Oh,
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right,
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Neverlet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is.
Ini VA Zongli kayaknya. Bukan kah? Coba cari, guys. Yakin aku.
Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just
Aku bisa
enjoy
dengar
the
Zongli
show.
anjing di sini.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the map. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 20... What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry.
19, 18...
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be 10 seconds and change is still
Jebret. Dead.
almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
Ya Allah.
Hey, slow down! Honestly.
Sumpah, mirip banget.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
Ta-da!
Mati kah guys? Beneran cok. Bercanda aja aku. GG aku.
This part of the show?
What the fuck?
Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show.
Oh no.
Girl was still in that box.
Goodbye.
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe.
Oh ya, asistennya.
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Iya, padahal Cowellnya udah cabut tadi. Udah kabur.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen. Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
GG cuy. Real bro. Dah sekarang ke banner.
How can Lenny do this?
We love the villain.
He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates? And that
I just think that he... Well, I think it might... But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like...
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before... That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? Then there's no problem at all. You know, but with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better... It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate this. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you...
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing...
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me. I understand. Even I'm not sure what... I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfect.
Huh? What?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and... However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of... I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least... Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious.
So this is the rope that broke and caused... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look, most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that... Wait, Paimon...
Udah terbakar.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the seats were all booked in advance. So we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of an... Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the feat.
Were the victims of
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women.
Okay, then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, it is of utmost importance that we get to...
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with...
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away from...
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine... I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very...
That much checks out.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's...
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many thoughts.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh!
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind.
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps, jumping atop, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing.
Wait, wasn't the noise...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly... Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon...
Cilde kali ininya, guys. Penjahatnya, guys. Bukan. Enggak Cilde deh. Siapa ya?
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us.
Nggak bisa.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard from mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums? Unate and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various...
Huh? Boss?
Well, I am the second-generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will...
No need. You don't have to call me boss.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. No, that's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance case. Judging from the look of things,
Really? We think so too, but how did you...
Intuition. Naturally, Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Lenny without any decisive evidence. But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course...
Sounds more like you just don't trust...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. But all right, I've answered your question. Now...
Wait a minute! Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, that if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, now, I need to make some preparations, following which our—
Wait! Since when did we—
Oh, well, I can be the assistant.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, all right.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be...
Kenapa tuh muka dia di zoom, guys? Si Silver.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette. Were you always guarding this end?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, so the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from the— I doubt there—
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of— I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck, but still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause— We Melazines are good—
So, it's safe to say the girl could— All right, thank you for your help. This'll— We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they—
Find my—
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not—
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all the—
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still—
the back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as the 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to—
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would
Ini
complete the
orang
rest of the steps.
dinyatakan bersalah tapi ngomongnya masih aja sok-sokan. So, gitu loh kayak, bro kamu
The
didakwa,
audience member
dude.
would only be able to feel some slight movements
The
in the dark,
audience
and by the
kah?
time she walked out,
Tahan, bro.
she would already be back on stage.
Malah nggak santai banget gitu loh. Sus bro, kamu sekarang sus cuy.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked. Wow. Every detail you revealed was...
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to... Could we have a look around? I think we can come...
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a
Whatever it is.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of
Talinya itu kah?
why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you... And here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trolley moves along...
Ini loh ada tali. Ini tali aslinya kah yang buat nopang airnya tuh? Apa tau diganti? Enggak. Kan siapa tahu tali yang aslinya yang kuat. Jadi kan diganti tali yang agak loh, fragile gitu.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Yoi.
This is... What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the... Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are...
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see.
The plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make...
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice... That's right. This is how indemnity of the statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience... To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own...
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This too, then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Mesin korup nih guys. Oratrice. Bisa dirubah-rubah nggak sih?
Huh? So that machine is
Tuh, keputusan akhirnya harus dari mesin kan guys?
called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will... Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options, I'm afraid.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea?
Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad... Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snack.
These three are quite the interesting... standing.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right... Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of...
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with... No need for concern. I merely...
All right, then. Down to business. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied it. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical...
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or
Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand, nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never...
Were we not from the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case.
Yang membunuh adalah
Your macarons are
Pokalor.
amazing, Nadia.
Let's go.
They smell great. They're nice and crisp.
Archon jahat akhirnya.
They are my specialty after all. And I...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our Balloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and...
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have... I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snack.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got...
Baikkah itu orang sebenarnya? Apa ini coy? Bibi masih main? Berapa? Bukan BIBI. Mungkin.
I've got it. Tongue.
Itu siapa tadi namanya?
If someone can't handle it.
Maybe.
Rambut kuning itu baik kah?
What's their problem?
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Tebakanku yang bunuh tuh yang jarang keluar di sini, cuy. Karena foreshadowing-nya Paimon tadi baca cerita itu. Yang bunuh kok ternyata cuma jurnalis yang keluarnya bentar doang gitu. Foreshadowing. Bener enggak?
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Bakal nggak sih?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
Apa yang jarang keluar?
We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up.
Yang jarang keluar tuh cuma apa namanya? Blacksmithnya yang di awal itu yang sama Childe atau si rambut yang kostumnya biru siapa itu yang pakai pistol. Iya tadi dia di awal ada kan, awal main quest ada. Kedua yang jarang keluar. Freminet enggak ada Freminet, ngapain juga deh.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Farina cuy.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
New billet.
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yalah, ini harus pencet.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundation... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Apa itu?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Apaan House of the Earth anjing? Yang itu kah? Apa apa sih? Itu loh orphan, apa sih orphan tuh? Iya, orphanage-nya si itu ya. Arlecchino ya. Anaknya ini kah? Anak-anak didiknya dia kah? Arlecchino kah ini?
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during
Apa
that
sih
1
namanya
minute.
orphanage itu bahasa Indonesianya? Iya.
Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us the...
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady first, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Korban konspirasi.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Sekarang ke banner. Gue gacha. Lagian lama cuy.
This is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't meant to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really—
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
Bisa sama CLD kita temenan. Maskaramus.
That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you— You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry. Please forgive—
Well, you both say that, but— Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no—
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it.
Itu Archon lamanya. Enggak lah.
From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core—
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown— After that, the homicide—
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secret.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the skin— If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, huh?
Ini mengatakan kalau dirinya mendengar sesuatu yang misterius dari dalam ruangan yang berisi inti Oratrice. Itu kira-kira guys yang di dalam Oratrice. deh. Kan dia menyelidiki juga, enggak kah? Iya, pokoknya kita lihat.
Both
Kita lihat
parties
saja.
have returned to their positions. Let us
Apakah bisa?
continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Cari bagian yang tidak valid. Ya, sini. What the fuck is this?
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Terus harus ngapain ini?
When the flatbed trolley passed, he
Dia
opened the
masuk ke
box and
tunnel.
got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
Dan bertengkar dengan tak terlalu katanya. Enggak, ini salah berarti.
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the Finally, he used the vase to knock her out. Before at this
Ini
time,
salah.
Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stand.
Salah semua dong. Atau yang paling atas?
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina?
Key to refuting
Aku
Lady
nggak baca yang atas itu deh.
order of events. What Linny
Eh,
experienced
ngomong aja
and
lu.
what he saw.
Atas ini apa nih? Atas tadi apa? Ya benar lah. Ini yang salah cuy. Cari kah ini? Apa? Iya kah? Enggak, kita coba ini dulu. Ini sih.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with.
Ini enggak. Namun apa sebenarnya ini? Jadi ini masalah. Ada. Oh ini ding.
Linny went to the room that can.
Enggak. Ini guys, salah ini ya.
Linny did not take part.
Attention! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the but he immediately used a vent to access the up. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete finally, he reached the surface. And that was when the
In other words,
You believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why... Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time... You're saying that he wasn't?
What is this? Disuruh ngapain nih? Linny tidak berada dalam lorong itu saat konser terjadi. Bukti apa yang dapat membuktikan bahwa Linny tidak berada dalam lorong? Cuma 3 ini. Apa?
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought?
Oh salah. Ya udah random aja.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more? That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement. Via the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed
Ya
the
mana tahu
crime,
guys.
then who
Lu
was
nggak
it?
tahu kok tanya saya guys. Apaan sih ini soal apanya? Oh ini klik-klik aja.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member.
Yes.
Could there have been a third person? The deceased's name is Cowell.
Kayaknya ini sih guys.
And an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
Se.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Kalau
He would have been able to tamper
korban
with
meninggalnya si Cowell, kenapa dia bunuh diri kan? Aneh juga gak sih? Kalau dia ngeganti-ganti, sama aja dia bundir dong.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
Ini kali.
Halsey is the missing person and
Salah dong. Iya.
Could
Ini
there
kali.
have been a third?
Iya kah?
The
Masa
deceased's
dia sih?
name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been
Ibaratnya
able to tamper with the equipment.
Ibaratnya dia ngapain bondir? Lihat dulu guys. Jangan di ini coy, jangan di.
Are you serious?
Soalnya dia bukan Cowell yang mati, kembarannya kali nggak tahu juga.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Kan, nuker badannya. Tapi nggak mungkin.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So,
Ya waktu dia ditanya itu kah? Ya si Lini dipanggil itu kah?
it would have been tough for both people to fit into that
Di awal
bed.
kan kayak, oh gitu. Oh iya ntar aku sibuk nih gitu.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the
Iya
tunnel.
kan, mungkin.
The sound we heard
Kan dia
may have come
dipanggil
from
tuh,
a
oh
clash
Lini sini
between
dulu
missing
gitu.
Halsey and the criminal.
Oh itu Cowell tuh, anakku gitu kan.
Linny was not
Ya
in
jangan
the tunnel
dijawab
at
cuy.
that moment,
Ngomong sendiri
which
nih
gave
aku.
our criminal ample time.
Nabak-nabak. Ini
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So,
nggak tahu sih aku ini
the
gimana.
deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Salah cok. Oh yang salah ini.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there. It would have been tough for both people. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. It would have been tough for both people. It would have been tough for both people to. No one entered or left the.
Kok salah sih?
The deceased's name is Cow. Halsey's clothing
Anjing.
was in.
Loh.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having...
I see how it is. So this was all.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem... And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water...
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the
If the defense is unable to make further
Jar,
effective arguments,
narsistik
we
anjir.
will move on to the
Purina.
next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. No one entered or left the vase was not broken by chance.
Oh alah emang gak ada pilihannya tadi.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method...
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here. Must we really? Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection.
Even so, I trust the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reason. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make... Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personally...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical... We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving... Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just...
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that... Guards, please continue examining the items along the... Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is...
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from...
Allah.
The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Asal aja kita,
Now it
guys.
seems like the hook... The water from the primordial...
Salah.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. The water from the primordials... Lynette was in the magic box on... I remember there was something... Lynette was in the magic box... The deceased's name is... Now it seems like the hook rope... The rope that strung the water... Now it seems like the hook rope was... I remember there was... The water from the primordial...
It's aced it in the original plan. Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. when the balloon attached to the box popped. The water from the primordial sea. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to this.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent, having made modifications to the props beforehand. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does. Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no. Is this the end of.
Oh no! Seems using the water as new evidence was too good.
I think we've all seen enough now. I believe this is indeed. Now then, my good, noble chief.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. What in the world?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Resput, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the...
I understand.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the...
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would... I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit
Bener
it.
kataku cuy di awal. Goblok. Tadi kan udah kupilih dibilang salah. Game-gamenya bro.
What? Why?
Scam.
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey.
Tahu dari awal
It's
guys.
Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Aku tahu dari awal, gimana dong?
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty...
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no...
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective. The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during... Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover he did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
Kenapa orang Fontaine doang yang bisa ya?
That the water from the primordial sea needed time to
DNA ini ya.
He tried to force
DNA-nya bisa menghilang menjadi air. Bisa jadi.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting with no way of escaping. She changed her clothes. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have...
Ah, so that's the whole... Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statement? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again... The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Diganti talinya. What did I say, bro? Dibilang talinya bisa
He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in... As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the Opera House, and was thus ignorant of these. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partner.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not—
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way—
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Kami adalah who knows NPC palingan.
So,
NPC palingan.
we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
NPC nggak sih penjahatnya?
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
Enggak.
But still,
Ngomong sendiri
thank
aja
you
sih
again
aku.
for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess.
Yang
But regardless,
sejauh
I'd like the
ini
opportunity
baru
to set
ini
things straight.
si topi biru. Jarang kelihatan. Namanya klorin loh. Yang sus dia.
I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time.
Karena bukan Fatui. Soalnya tadi dia bilang ini tuh cuma buat mindahin fokusnya tuh berarti yang ngilangin orang si Fatui gitu kan tadi dia bilangnya. Berarti kan bukan mereka kan ibaratnya. Berarti kayak Childe terus si Arlecchino itu udah bukan lah. Kita tahu berarti. Berarti kan yang ngesus tinggal si topi biru. Corina nggak mungkin, dia juga clueless.
As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
That's right. And since we're here, I was back when our parents first died. Lynette and I, to survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take.
So you went from orphans to nobility?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to guard.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets.
It took a while for me to realize just how. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Anjay.
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the knave standing...
So, she'd already taken care of...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
I'll let you know, kan?
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so the House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our...
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Apa dia orang fontaine ya? Ini loh, dia menggagal untuk menyelamatkan Fontaine. Biar apa? Orang asli Fontaine nggak dia? Ya nggak sih kemungkinan.
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some... All of us house members here, Lady Kino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our... To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that problem.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the house, I have never stopped making my own decisions. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Okay.
Bye, Linny.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navi?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack it? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archons.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing... sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know...
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't...
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if...
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine?
All right, then. Let's have our...
Boing.
Too slow.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel.
In that case, I'll go.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the
And if it's not?
Well,
Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't... Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a...
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like... to be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that it's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to predict, which is exactly why the Spina di Rose, those highfalutin folk, are not all-knowing. That's why we exist.
Seems...
It's all right. Well, let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future...
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the...
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect...
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular.
Well, would you consider some more...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree...
Could you suggest something a little...
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night, and I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything...
That might work, but that's...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire... all right, no more... You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False...
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal?
Huh?
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. We're just about...
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't...
Is that so? If we're all finished eating, then I'll go...
Yeah, we're stuck. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's
Okay.
Hey, Navia! What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing to speak...
Let's get ready to try to meet...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in in any case, I would...
See ya!
Anjay, baru nih. Kameranya pas ke atas. Sambil ada itunya. Title-nya. Siapa ini direktornya, guys?
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Aranine.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again, huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voice? That's...
Vache? Vache.
Hey!
Vache.
Still walking towards it!
Vache.
Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. Hey! Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Jangan itu.
Vache, are you... No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood.
Nah ini kan lanjutan yang kemarin dong, eventnya. Di Oceanit itu yang bilang matanya hilang juga, terus dibantuin Kokomai.
How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in I also remember going to many places. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. But now, we can no longer go back. No! Our reunion no longer has ended. The thought of me gives him no succor. So if you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. Perhaps that is so, as I was submerged in the waters. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, it was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water
Jadi orang-orang
for the first
suka.
time, and only then sees how they have lived. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you. Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Dah ya cutscene. Kenapa Navia dikepung? Penjahat ya? Atau si topi biru si penjahatnya guys? Ada Louis.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Dah itu dia guys, villainnya. Bukan kah?
Quick, now's our chance!
Anjay, pistol gaming. Mendapatkan inspirasi dari Toji. Siapa?
I
Kamu
should
guys?
thank you for lending us your sword, dear Clorand. But before I do so,
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually—
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of...
Sorry, I did not...
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be—
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is... Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract...
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What?
Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not—
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to... Regardless, thank you for your help today.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with...
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we post Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious. Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too. We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a fair... As such, we're still partners. There's no need...
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long...
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up and...
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did...
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly... that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall...
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Oh.
Huh. Really?
Mungkin dia udah hilang ya.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no... That's when I figured out that you might be in danger.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend...
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you...
Well, it can't be coincidence that the Traveler fainted just now. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you...
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at... But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. Oh, you mean...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who...
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, we also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can
Don't worry, you two. With us around...
Tapi ini bakalan ada kan?
Let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted it.
Bakalan kelar kan ini ya? Nggak cliffhanger.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus.
Ini iya. Apa masih ada cliffhanger ya?
Take it easy.
Oh iya. Kenapa ada Yelan di sini bannernya? Bakal ke sini kah Yelan? Baru sadar juga nih gara-gara kemakai Yelan. Harusnya ada campur tangannya di story sampai jadi banner.
This is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances...
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our
Seems like it's tough times for everyone.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in...
Your father... He was the
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run... My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus 3 years ago. He was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor, instead of standing trial.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something But strangely, he not that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel. 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to and now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from... People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also...
But how could... never mind.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying... Yeah, that's not the sort of thing...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how there was only...
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just...
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our
Oh, Papa. What madness All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if... thanks.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We...
Paimon slept, huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back, but never mind that. When did you get back?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the Does
that mean we're
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go to...
No, it's not.
Take it easy.
The wind rises. Behold!
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice... This place does look pretty heavily...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or...
See? They've got great
Yep. Paimon can... If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You...
We're here today to report and archive some information.
Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Please come in.
Yes, only.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because...
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not...
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him...
Ah, I see. In that case...
Ayo, Zonly. Mirip sekali, Cok.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was...
Is that so? All right then.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guard. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to— In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those— If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just— Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think that thought has occurred to us before? We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind...
Yeah, we're gonna make progress.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to... All right, then I'll...
Di bawah. Gimana itu? Ini gimana weh?
Squall and Fury. Another test subject.
Looks kind of cozy in here. Nap time.
Too slow. Quit following me. Too slow. The wind rises.
treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Allah.
Behold!
Whoa! What a huge ship!
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our tastes in exterior design. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Paimon was confused with it, but now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself?
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all.
Wind rises.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and you said before that you still had some business at the court.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Maloose?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call...
Could you tell us a bit more about what...
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that if you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as... And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do
Sebenarnya mah
anything.
bukan minuman ini.
It's an extremely dangerous substance.
Yang gue tahu nih bukan
As he
minuman.
oversaw Poisson, my father was
Tapi iya.
compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end...
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. Recognizing that, My father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work. After seeing that night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information, but then we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead.
How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, but, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what—
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. I think this third person— On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as and your father, our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are— Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to— There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be—
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? And yet, what was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he— Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? I've never accepted that. Ever. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite—
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness, and the serial disappearances case cost him 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long step. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared.
Right, so nobody would be able to get up.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared—
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful.
So he chose to die in silence.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to I'm sure he'd be
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he—
It's the location where synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the— But if you want to use it against the enemy—
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go—
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and there's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also— But a single visit to their headquarters would be— The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed. But—
Then, in that case, why not work with the—
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thorough—
That's true, but things are different now. It should be a lot
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into...
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake.
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was when I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. After several rounds of testing and investigative trace, the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're...
So, they're like a sister organization of...
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the Sin, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina de Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities...
I see. These are all people who... To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry.
Of course. And...
You're too kind, my lady. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clear... After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can...
Aw, thank you so much,
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together.
Squall Fury. The wind rises.
It is settled, then.
Thank you for arranging everything for us.
Excuse me, miss.
Adele anjing.
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina de Rosula...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I know only the full truth could bring closure.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but on the matter regarding my husband,
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could.
But they found out about his...
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to...
Well, things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah, Papa was a really good man.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must have done.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth.
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is...
You really think so? That's the first...
Squall Fury!
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the three...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned in...
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk...
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, after my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try... Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was... After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much up. My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed shot. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring in the gun he was holding. Probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying, Mr. But hold on. If that's what had happened, then he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove... Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. So I'll tell you everything, once the whole...
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hand. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole... Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, but it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man.
Don't worry. I will... You and all our other comrades at the...
Panjang nggak ini? Masih lama kah?
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a...
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
I mean, where Callis did a fantastic job running the town. It would be next to impossible for me to find a... Anyway, enough chit.
Ah, yes. These two, what happened at the Opera House, made us realize that Linny's case and...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know. If you want to go through the original files from your father...
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually...
Of course. Without them, I couldn't. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were... So... if you, hypothetically, wanted to...
Then you think too highly of my... If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of... So I can promise you, Those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so...
Search for it. The wind rises.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let...
Sure. I will let him...
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about...
Yes, I've never seen anything so...
Oh, you were at the
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine everyone in...
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that...
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right...
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can...
Oh, and what
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the Primor. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here to...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that... But rest assured,
Makan besok bangun.
Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend... Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to put...
Sounds good. Just let all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes.
Squall and fury, upon the gale.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Florent mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered. And if I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a...
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without... Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothered... It's obvious that our enemy has become more and...
Do you think he knew, even then, that we...
Given everything that's happened since, but who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight him? Thierry, you say? Huh. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of...
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with... If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out what...
Florent? It is true that... But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and...
So you're saying he's too broke?
Exactly. He can't. And it... who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to—
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be we need far more solid proof, but—
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking—
Huh? Aren't you the guy from—
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so new?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the
Wait, how? None of our investigation—
That's what I thought was strange about it. So if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible.
Right. Because they'll think that—
Yeah. And it'll be—
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, you're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to—
We'll help you, just like—
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver.
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson. It's our hope that you—
Thank you so much.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. Ah, you're right. And Navia's probably arguing up a
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial—
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system or the reason why I'm being charged. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal.
That case had nothing to do with him. Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theater? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit, and if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia—
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fast so, Your Honor? Is there nothing else?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is—
That person is— Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di—
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please, members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies, sir. It all just happened, so I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the series.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who... Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain—
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate. During the banquet, all attending guests heard two. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed. These are the known facts about...
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot into. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information. The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he said, however, in the end he reconsidered. And unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had all... This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as—
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess—
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing—
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you—
I'm a—
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go—
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted club, we should be able to find it. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all—
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Nivella—
Why do I feel like—
Maybe she's scared of him.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had
I've thought about this too. And the answer is actually pretty simple. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the— At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had— What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial—
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only— Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and deter— But what good would that do? How can a hollow— Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me— And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what they—
So, you mean to say, you—
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about him.
So, during the duel, did you
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of— In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to— I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus—
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained—
Right? What she said was fascinating, but—
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via— In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after... I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia.
No need to appeal to pain.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only... On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the...
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a... But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feeling. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna...
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young... In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. But the disappearances began before I
do apologize, demoiselle.
No, it's not your fault.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and... He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. And the biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Take it easy. Take it.
Into the wind. Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. The water level is rising! Now we can swim to the top! But a ways away from where we need to go.
Things are about to get dicey. The wind knows me.
As one with wind and cloud. Cry louder.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Too slow. Behold! Clouds high. The birds call.
Ninjutsu.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Fallen leaves adorn my... The wind rises.
After all that, we finally... Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these... Huh? You mean the girls from the serial and then they were turned... And all the boxes of things. These names. Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stop. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep! What's this over here? Looks like some kind of... Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible and you read the rest? Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did... Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would already want people to resurface. In any case, Paimon... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! And that if you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective... Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation... Yep! It's about finding someone to assassinate. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by them, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left... I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like, yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his... No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is that way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon... Nothing at all! And Paimon can't even find snacks either! Whoa, really? Let Paimon see! Vignier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her... Aww. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vignier's grown son?
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Oh, so you...
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say...
I was waiting for you to...
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner.
Just how often do you intend...
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair, and we already know After your lover, Vignier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity, and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances and with that, Marcel's this information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial...
Do you really think... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Guard, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vigniere's death was brushed away by all of you as if it... Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your Vigniere is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes. But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed callous, I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the ferry.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guard!
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! Vigniere, please, Vigniere, don't think badly.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartak...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review in some... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vigniere. During an underwater expedition, Vigniere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vigniere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di... After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Cal. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearance. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vache guilty.
Guards! Take Vache away.
Good. It's what he deserved.
With that, the serial disappearances case.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite...
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the... He's hurt so many innocent people and now he... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely...
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This is all...
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right?
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established the guilty party has been identified, and thus it is... We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to... What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different...
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice...
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it should have...
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the guards, please take the suspect into...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
The hell, bro.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld. Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the oratory.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was and of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As if you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by this. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely all shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as... Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right? Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you show...
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course.
Behold!
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile?
Paimon agrees. What?
This request, is it worth as much?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Dia bilang manusia, cuy. Emang dia bukan manusia apa gimana?
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear...
I will go with him. You do not...
In that case...
Thank you. Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing.
Vacher.
Ah!
Yes, that's That's it! So you heard it too?
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier?
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you. If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been... If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she... It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all...
You... Wait, you are not Vinier.
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individual. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what... You are a liar. A heartless... The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Yeah!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vinier. She really... But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy.
Vache.
Vache?
Vache.
Vache!
Vache.
Vache! Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to...
Well met, partner. I knew something.
Even this weather can't put...
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making... Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he... This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all. I believe the story was called The True. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive.
Oh, yeah. She told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera.
Now that's.
Oh, and in other news.
Oh, are you two on better?
While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clorinde gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorinde was.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved. Oh, actually.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of. And on top of that.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
And in that case, everyone?
Yeah, you're right. It's been Huh. This is where.
Huh? There's some. Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more, but Mr. Callis proved me utterly, and if not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances, Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many, and in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all, a justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. This regret has filled me with a sadness. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and...
So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside.
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just say you don't need to...
So Navia, let's not disturb them for now. We can wait. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing? Oh no. Paimon hopes me. Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit?
Quit following me.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay you?
We ran into Navia on this.
I see.
Well...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the...
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after there used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather... Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured...
Huh. So it really was where everything began.
Oh, what?
To call it primordial, then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its law. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her... Does that appropriately summarize?
That's right!
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words, the former.
A prophecy? Of the former?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left.
But with Farina being the way she is...
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? My apologies. My investigation has... However, I still believe the judgment of the
But you also said...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified fate not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also... Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my... In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to... While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else? Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera. Is there anything else you... Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful...
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice...
All right, Tom. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Nice.
The wind rises.
fury. Following me. Take it and have fun.